Just a reminder for everyone, we will be starting this morning doing our small group report backs. So if you recognize that your rapporteur or your representative from your small group is not yet here, please contact them. Also, making sure that interpretation is working correctly. So if you notice that you're not getting audio from your language or in your language, please let us know. We are very close to starting. We just need one more FWG member in order to get the meeting started. 2 more to have quorum. And then once we get an additional member, we will officially start this 3rd day of FWG 14. Well, it looks like we have no choice but to request our ex-FWG members to come take a seat. It looks like we have 2 here, enough for quorum. We will start an honorary membership process. Oh, it looks like we have 3. Grace. Agrafina said we have more quorum in the audience than we do when we do up here. Oh, and Onel, we do. We have quorum out there. So maybe we'll just count that as enough.
I would propose that all the former FWG come and then we all go and sit that side so that they conduct today's FWG session.
Yeah, I think we're all learning because I'm also getting messages from participants that traffic is really bad today. So we just want to give people a heads up to tomorrow, plan accordingly. We'll also make sure to inform our FWG members to also learn from this. And this also needs to inform our travel plans for the rest of COP because the official COP hasn't even started. So. But thank you all for doing what you needed to do to be here on time. We greatly appreciate it. Some things are just out of our hands. So we're going to try a little workaround and see if our members that are stuck in traffic can join us virtually, and we can get enough participation to officially start our meeting. We know we always have a challenge to get through our agenda, and we want to make sure we have the time and space to hear from the small group report backs. Could I just see a show of hands? Who is here this morning to give a report back from the small group discussions? We have one here from the English-speaking group. Is the Russian representative here that's going to give the report back? Okay, and we have another here. So that's 3. Anyone else here to give a report back? We have 7 groups, or 8 groups. Victoria, Biren, are you guys giving a report back from your group again? Okay. Okay, so I see 4. Okay, the French, French is stuck in traffic. Spanish group, we're here, right? Are you here? Or no? He's in traffic. Okay, so we have our Spanish rapporteur stuck in traffic. Do we have our Portuguese? Are you Portuguese speaking? Okay, so who are we missing? Russian? And also a reminder to please send in your notes from your small group discussions to the Secretariat. This allows us to make sure that we get all of the recommendations that came from the small groups. And so far, we've only received 2 from 2 groups. We will let you know, we'll give you a little bit more time before we let you all know who has not sent in their notes. Okay, I'm counting Kitisak as present on the stage because he's gracefully making his way down the stairs. Yeah. And so now we have enough FWG members present to begin to officially welcome you to day 3 of the 14th meeting of the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform. And so just as per usual, I'll invite the Secretariat to give us a few housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Hello, everyone. Good morning. On the screen where you'll see, I'll mention the housekeepings again, understanding that there's new people joining us today for the first time. So in the theater room here, please, no food and drinks allowed, so we appreciate you continue that. The meeting is being recorded and will be available on demand after the meeting. The meeting is also live webcasted, so those who haven't registered for the meeting yet to wish to follow the meeting, there is the YouTube channel. You can access all of that by using the QR code shown on the screen. That will take you to the meeting page. Kindly be reminded that the theater section designated for FWG 14 is here, and so please do not enter the other part of the theater because that's a different venue altogether. Yesterday, if we can go to the next slide, Madam Co-Chair requested the Secretariat to show you the meeting page where you can find the various different documents. So on the next slide, you will see, next slide please. What you see is if you use this QR code, it will take you to the FWG 14 meeting page. On the screen, what you see is on each day, if you click on the day, the tab, that would take you to the day agenda, and under each agenda, for example, the small group note templates and all the things that are related to that specific agenda is by the agenda item itself, so you can download it there. But one thing to also note is at the very bottom of that meeting page, more general document, whether that's the agenda or indicative schedule work, those document that's applicable to all agenda items are listed at the bottom called the resource list. So hopefully that gives you a bit more clarity as where you can find the documents. And the one thing to also note is this is regularly updated, so please do consult the meeting page regularly to receive the latest information. And the next slide, those who are joining us just for the first time today, here's the Wi-Fi in the room, so you can see the Wi-Fi. The network is FWG3 and the password is ARAWAY3 COP 2025. Interpretation services are provided for this meeting. The UN language is reflecting the actual needs in the room. This is per decision 14 CP 29. And also to thank the incoming COP30 presidency and the host country for arranging interpretation services in Portuguese. For those who are in the room, we kindly invite you to take the floor when co-chairs open the floor for interventions. And we kindly invite you to speak slowly and clearly so that the interpreters can hear you and interpret accurately. For virtual participants, the co-chairs are aware and welcome your participation, and we are monitoring the virtual space. So if you wish to take the floor, please do use the raise hand function, and we will inform the co-chairs accordingly. And the next slide is the UNFCCC Code of Conduct. Once again, all participants, whether that's in the room or the members, secretary, staff, we're all bound by the UNFCCC Code of Conduct, and we kindly remind you to adhere to the provisions accordingly. To further operationalize the Code of Conduct, the FWG has adopted its care principles, which you will see on the next slide. So that is to, when you take the floor, please do speak with care and then listen with care, practice awareness and humility, ensure inclusive, accessible participation, and finally, to value and bridge diverse knowledge systems and values. With that, I hand the screen back to Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to our Secretariat for always guiding us through so that we can have the most productive meeting and to ensure that everyone's needs are met. I just wanted to provide a brief overview of this third day of FWG 14 to accommodate some of the shifts and changes that had to be made, both because of technical difficulties that we've experienced in the last 2 days, and also to make and improve the flow of the agenda. We have moved a couple of things around. One of them being this morning, we will jump into item 5D and look at a couple of agenda items on the collective action 4, collaboration with constituted bodies and work streams of the UNFCCC, collective action 5, enhanced engagement with parties, and collective action 5.5, the draft ethics protocol, to set the context for this morning's small group discussions. And then we will break for coffee and tea, and then continue with the small group discussions, and then have a small group discussion report back. This was due to recommendations from our fellow FWG members that we didn't want to introduce new content before we hear back from what the dialogue that's taking place in the different language groups. After lunch, we will continue with small group report backs if we need to, which I'm assuming we do since we started a little late today. And then we will move into item 4B, collaborations with relevant bodies and processes external to the UNFCCC. Here we will bring back the Just Transition video, our recording that we were unable to watch yesterday because it has relevancy to our theme and our afternoon discussion, and we will also have a speaker that will be joining us. Then we'll be going into item 6, incorporating diverse values, worldviews, and knowledge systems. This is going to be largely around our theme and getting your input and insight into some of the terminology that we are using, with the understanding that we can use these words, but it could mean different things across our regional, cultural, our language contexts. So just planting the seed so that you know we will be tapping you to get insight on that, as well as to get your ideas of possible future themes for the FWG. And as usual, we will end our day with the FWG member coordination and with an invitation for you all to continue to participate in our informal collaborative reflection space, which is open to everyone. And so now we can transition to our small group report backs. As a reminder, everyone will be given 4 minutes to provide your report backs. We know that may not be enough time to cover everything that may have come from your groups. And this is why it's also important to send in your notes. And I want to assure you, and we reiterated this yesterday, that the FWG members are committed to reviewing those notes so that we can make sure we are getting all of the recommendations and insight from the participants here, and using it to guide our work as we move forward in the implementation of the Baku work plan and as we consider future work for the FWG body. And so to this end, how many notes did we get? 3, okay. I'm gonna let our secretariat say who sent in their notes and who do we still need it from.
We have the notes from the Spanish group, Portuguese group, and the Russian group. So we are lacking all the English notes.
It's me. Okay, maybe if you have sent in your notes, maybe send it in again. It is possible, could have been lost in email. But congratulations to those who have sent in their notes. So now let's move to small group report back. I believe we have all of our small groups represented here. There may be some that are still making their way in, but let's start with those who are ready now. Who would like to report back for their small group? I invite you to just come up to the microphones that are set up at the end of the auditorium here. Who would like to go first? Ah, I see here. Thank you. Ikehad.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Sou Sandra Andrade.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gisana Andrade. I'm from a Maroon community in Brazil. They're called Quilombolas. Our group was the Portuguese-speaking group. In regards to experiences that are successful, the struggle for land regularization, before anything, is a fight for ambition and climate justice. Territorial protection is the main climate policy for the indigenous peoples and local communities. The Free Babaçu law and the territorial management policy for Maroon communities, the National Policy for Environmental Management, PNGAT, are examples of policies that are strategic to guarantee cultural protection and respect, also in regards to the territory, even if there is no land regularization established yet. The creation of management instruments, including strategic plans to face climate change, are daring and necessary actions in the current scenario. With training and mechanisms and investing in the dialogue with different sectors of society to guarantee the right to consultation has given great results in the contexts, in our context. In our community in the Pantanal region, we have dialogues about degraded areas due to climate change. It is necessary to consider in the convention the protection mechanisms for leaderships and direct financing that is adequate, and how to organize the case stories. We could define topics and add them to the contributions on the website. The Secretariat could make a summary of these experiences. Another suggestion is to organize and expand the information and work on and make the stories available in regards to negotiation pillars, and to develop an ethics protocol for indigenous peoples and another one for local communities. In addition to this, people that will access the knowledge have to sign a term identifying themselves so that it can be found if in case there is any violation. A very important axis in the COP30 are the alliances created between us, as it happened as well in Rio 92. The essence of the alliances has to be the great legacy for us to face these difficult times. For example, the need of public budget to carry out all the climate actions that are priorities. The great legacy has to be the connection of the small parts to the larger parts. And at the same time, we find it relevant to support indigenous peoples and local communities networks, because we have the conditions and we know how to manage resources so that the goals are reached. And we know how to do this on the ground. We have implementation, so we need implementation goals and mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that strong blend of examples and clear recommendations. We appreciate the work. Can we hear from the next small group representative? Who's ready to go next? It's day 3. We're all relatives now. Don't be shy.
Buenos días. Espero que se encuentren bien y
Good morning. I hope every one of you is doing okay today. And I hope that our grandparents and ancestors can guide us through this day to have a very fruitful work day. I'm here to share the reflections of our discussion at the Spanish-speaking group yesterday. For instance, in connection with the first question, histories or practices of our communities that demonstrate ambitious climate action. Yesterday, we all agreed that governance, the governance of our indigenous peoples, I don't know if you can hear me, the organization of local communities as well are paramount examples of organizations that have been able to maintain sustainable lifestyles in our territories, particularly when it comes to the governance practices of indigenous peoples, the relationship between the territory and livelihood, every single element, sometimes microorganisms, there is an inherent relationship of respect that is very well known to every one of us, and that we all know how it has allowed for that sustainability and for that contribution to mitigating the different negative impact that we've sustained in our territories. We also cited some examples systematized in the Amazon region and Mesoamerica of forest management that are exemplary practices to maintain sustainability. And we believe that this is yet another way of a millenary practice. We also commented on the case of Colombia that has Decree 1094 that also allows to recognize that territorial environmental governance by local communities and indigenous peoples. There are several other examples that I could cite, such as forestry management in Guatemala, by ACOFOB, which is the Forestry Management Association for Mesoamerica. These are different practices that have allowed us to maintain these sustainable customs, many of them led by the youth and women. These women that maintain these different ways of transferring knowledge and practices from generation to generation so that we continue to implement them. So, how can we compile these practices? That is the second question. Many of us agreed that we need to respect the different processes at every communities, and we need to recognize the right to intellectual property on behalf of all peoples, because we often share knowledge and practices and then they are shared globally or across institutions, but yet we do not recognize that this knowledge comes from the territories themselves and that it belongs to those territories, so that the different partners and stakeholders should strengthen and support those processes rather than appropriate this knowledge as is often done by the academia, as we've seen it happen globally. how
indígenas o de
that
pueblos
indigenous science has been
de las
appropriated
comunidades
by
locales.
the academia.
Bueno, también en la tercera, pues nos preguntaban cuáles son las
In the
mejores
third one,
prácticas de
we
compartir
were asked what are the best
prácticas
ways to share these
de base de
practices,
trabajo para
the most effective and
fortalecer la
ethical ways to
convivencia
share
con
these
UNFCCC.
practices as a basis for the
Compartí, por
entire
ejemplo, la
process
materia,
of
pues,
the
¿no?
UNFCCC, and some
Compartí
examples
la
were
información,
shared,
lo voy a compartir
and
rápidamente.
we
En
have
esta
more
parte,
documentation of the information,
pues,
but I'll
preguntaba
quickly
sobre
share in the case of
ejemplos
the Mesoamerican Amazon,
relevantes
and
de proyectos
we
que se
share
llevaron a
very
cabo,
relevant
también
examples
proyectos
of,
que se
for
están
instance,
gestionando de
environmental
pueblos
payment
indígenas,
services
cómo
that are
estos llegaron
related to the
también
indigenous
a
peoples
los
and
pueblos
how
indígenas, que son los que
these
finalmente
reach the
están haciendo
indigenous
ese
peoples
trabajo,
that
digamos,
are
en la
those that
muchas
ultimately
veces los
perform the
estados no
work
se
at the
abren esa
territories.
puerta
And
porque
many a
pues
time, the states,
no
when
toman en
these
cuenta a los
projects
actores que
are
están
tackled,
implementando y haciendo el
do
trabajo.
not take
Entonces,
into account
digamos que esa es la
the
forma
first line
correcta de
of
hacer las cosas,
people that
¿verdad? Y
are
como este ejemplo
doing the
debe
work
servir para
actually.
todos los
So
demás
it's very important that
países
this example serves
territorios que
for
estamos
other
trabajando con ellos.
countries
Bueno,
and other territories that are
nosotros
here
es
today.
importante que estos tipos de
It is
experiencias, como en el
important
caso de
to us
Colombia,
that this type of
Guatemala,
experience, like the
Ecuador
type of Colombia,
y otros
or the
hermanos que
case of
estuvieron aquí en
Colombia,
México, es
Guatemala,
importante que
Ecuador,
se
and other
difunda
brothers
esta
and sisters who were
información,
there in
que se
Mexico,
socialice también esa información
to
y que
socialize, to
sea
compile this
esa,
information, to disseminate this
estos datos,
information,
bancos de datos que se utilizan al momento de que
and that
se lleve
these
una
data
postura o una
banks
propuesta en la
are
COP30, son nuestros
used when a
argumentos y
position is
esos son
taken on a
los que se deben de
proposal during
utilizar
COP30, so
para
that these are
poder
our
concretar
arguments and
en acciones
solid
que
foundations that
puedan
must be
incluir
used
las
to
partes en las
finalize
diferentes negociaciones que tengan
actions,
en cuenta
including the
estos datos, que
parties
se
in
traigan
the different
sistematizados de información
negotiations, taking into
y con
account that
resultados
this is
tangibles,
systematized
¿verdad?
information
Medibles también,
with
digamos,
tangible and
en
measurable
los
results
territorios. Le voy a dar el
uh,
espacio a la hermana
on our
Violeta.
part, on our territory's part. I would like to share the floor to our sister Violeta.
Eucha Manga Finse Chucaiza Gualaguachal, muy buenos días para todos y
Good
todas
morning, everyone.
los que estamos aquí presentes. En nombre de los pueblos indígenas,
On
de los
behalf
que ayer
of the
estuvimos en el
indigenous
grupo
peoples that
de Colombia,
yesterday
Chile, México,
participated
Panamá,
in the
Ecuador,
group
Guatemala y
from
Costa
Colombia,
Rica,
Chile,
como
Mexico,
lo dijo la
Panama,
compañera,
Ecuador,
hicimos varias
Guatemala, and Costa Rica,
apreciaciones y
as my
aportes
sister mentioned,
recomendaciones.
we
Una de ellas
shared
es, como lo
contributions,
dijo la hermana de
recommendations.
Brasil, estamos de
As
acuerdo
our
que
sister
hayan
from Brazil
protocolos
mentioned,
de
we
diferencias,
agree that there
protocolos
is a
para pueblos
need
indígenas y para las
for
comunidades
different
locales,
protocols,
igual que las
protocols for the indigenous
acciones
peoples
y
and
las
for the local
actividades. Creo que
communities,
es
as
supremamente
so should be
importante
the case of actions.
y
I
quería
think,
traer un ejemplo y
and
es,
activities. That is
lo
extremely
implementa mucho
important.
nuestros
I wanted
niños.
to give you an
Y es que
example
podemos estar
from
juntos
our
como seres
ancestors,
humanos
our
en este
elders.
planeta
We
cuidándolo,
can be
pero nuestras
together here
cosmovisiones
caring
tienen
for the planet,
esas
but
diferencias que nos
our
hacen
world views
diferentes,
have
pero compartiendo un
very
territorio. Y
specific
por eso creo
features
que es
that make
necesario
them
que
different,
hoy los
but we're
pueblos
sharing
indígenas que
the territories.
milenariamente hemos
So
cuidado el
it's very
territorio
important that the
podamos seguir
indigenous
teniendo
peoples
estas apuestas. Y por
still
eso
can
resaltamos el día de
uh,
ayer el trabajo que se ha
continue on
venido
the role
desarrollando
to care for the
desde
world,
Colombia
and it's very
en
important to
el
continue the work that
reconocimiento a
has been
pueblos
developed
indígenas,
in Colombia to
reconociéndolos como
acknowledge indigenous
autoridades, no
peoples,
solo indígenas, sino
acknowledging and
autoridades
recognizing them as
ambientales. Y
authorities,
para
not
eso
only
traíamos
as
el decreto
indigenous peoples, but also
1094 que
as
es el ATEA, que
environmental
reconoce a la
authorities.
autoridad, al territorio,
There's an executive
economía,
order
sobre todo a los pueblos indígenas. Y eso es
acknowledging
supremamente
the
importante. Son
indigenous
unas
peoples
buenas
in the role,
maneras y
and
prácticas.
I think it's
También
very
el
important
tema
as a best
de un
practice. In
caso de la
addition,
chorrera Amazonas, cómo desde la
we have
espiritualidad
Chorrera
han
Amazonas.
cuidado el territorio milenariamente.
These
Y estas
peoples
prácticas son
have
las que tenemos que seguir teniendo en cuenta
taken
a
care
la
of
hora
the
de
territory
seguir
for
construyendo
thousands of
territorio,
years, and it's very
naturaleza y
important
todo
when
sobre todo
we
los efectos de
talk
cambio
about
climático.
preserving nature
El día
and
de ayer
tackling
también tuvimos varias
climate change.
recomendaciones. Entre
Yesterday, we
ellas
also
es que
shared
toda la información
recommendations,
que se pueda
among
suministrar
them
en el segundo punto
all
de la
the
pregunta
information that
este
can be
debe ser
provided in the second point of the question.
sistematizada
should be systematized, and there is a need for a free and informed prior consent of the indigenous peoples, and in particular of what information should be published or not. And that data bank needs to have the agreement of the indigenous peoples in order to visualize the good practices of the indigenous peoples. From Chile, Chile emphasized the work they've been doing with the academia. And it's very important for the indigenous peoples to work not only among themselves but with others, and in the framework of systematization there needs to be an articulation for care. We shared 7 positive experiences that are ongoing on the indigenous peoples' territories, but the articulation is mandatory, it is necessary. We recommended the group activities that we believe are within your purview. For instance, follow up of the processes and procedures done for the indigenous peoples and local communities.
El conocimiento y la propiedad intelectual
knowledge and intellectual property belongs to the local communities and the indigenous peoples. These must be supported by our elders. They must play a relevant role in the systematization of this exercise. This activity cannot continue without them. Collecting all this information requires minimum guarantees, minimum safeguards, and I believe it is necessary that this is taken into consideration in the new work plan to articulate this together in a better way. The effective ways and the ethics require that we highlight this point of the free and prior informed consent of the indigenous peoples. We cannot do things without taking the voices of the peoples into account. Their voices are in the territories. This is supremely important. Finally, we wanted to make a general recommendation summarizing the points discussed yesterday. First thing is we must highlight that it's very important to have bi-regional gatherings for the LCIPP, and we underscored the need for follow-up and for accountability after the events on the strengthening of the indigenous peoples, and in particular on the differentiation for the activities for indigenous peoples and local communities. In this sense, we fully agree on this differentiation, not only at this stage from now onwards, but for all the work done in the LCIPP for and with us. We have differences and that has to be respected. 30 years we knocked on the doors of the UN, and the declaration for the indigenous peoples was clear, and that clarity must be upheld. We all have rights, but we must acknowledge that indigenous peoples today continue to raise our voices, and as a facilitating work group, it is important that you take into account what we bring to the table, and differentiation is part of it. Thank you very much.
You know, the discussion's good when I lose track of keeping time. I'm going to ask one of my fellow FWG members if you could help keep time as we go forward. But that was very good and comprehensive. Thank you so much to our Spanish-speaking group for your recommendations. Could we hear from another small group? There we go.
Now you set the timer. There you go. Don't start yet until I get it. You ready? There you go. Okay, we're one of the English-speaking groups. Key messages for reporting back. There are lots of examples from the Arctic, North America, and Asian regions on community member reporting action and implementing solutions. There are multiple different tools being used that include surveys, reporting, mapping, youth programming, monitoring, etc. And there was a navigation tool that was put out from the Philippines that was very good too. Connection to what is called nature and biodiversity, understanding that most of us don't call what the non-indigenous call nature as nature. It's part of the lands and who we belong to. The role of language, culture, spiritual ways, and traditional foods within these spaces is often a missed conversation. You can't, when people know their language, understand their culture, spiritual ways, and ceremonial practices, and have an understanding of food systems, they're more inclined to care about their lands and waters. Protection of how these communities-based innovation solutions are used is key. This is where the ethical protocols, not protocol, protocols comes into place. This underscores the need for there to be two distinct but equitable same status ethical protocols, one for indigenous peoples and one for local communities, as they both have distinct knowledge systems that we want to support and uplift. Needing to find a way to bring accountability into this space. People using indigenous knowledge should have to cite, as it were, their sources, similar to what is done in academia. We need a universal system similar to this to ensure transparency. In other words, prevent people claiming that they represent that knowledge, but they're just representing themselves. Need to maintain control over our own knowledge systems. Indigenous peoples and local communities have to determine for themselves who has access to their knowledge and who holds authority to share it. Controlled burn example was given, where knowledge was given to people in the United States, some federal and state officials, for controlled burn to deal with all the wildfires happening. They took this indigenous knowledge, they developed into the codes, they kicked indigenous peoples to the curb, implemented it, and of course it blew up in their face, literally. So how did it, and now they have to come back to those very indigenous communities that they basically appropriated the knowledge from. And that was a good example. Some questions to pose. How do our cases feed into other UNFCCC bodies and mechanisms? If we submit something, is that considered us giving our consent for that to be used within the entirety of the UNFCCC system? And beyond that, the UN system. How can we ensure that knowledge is used as intended by those who share it and it's protected from misuse and abuse, such as the example given? We need to formalize the creation of a working group to develop a draft of the two equitable ethical protocols. It consists of 3 FWG members, one from the International Indigenous Peoples Caucus on Climate Change, and one from self-organized local communities. We feel it's very important that there's involvement directly from those impacted from the Indigenous Peoples Caucus and from self-organized local communities who can contribute to the complex nature of what these ethical protocols are going to need to be. So it's not something that we can just rattle off and just have some talking points on. It needs to be actually something that's implementable, usable, and dealing with all these complex interplays of issues. Lastly, what we're concerned about ultimately is ensuring that profit doesn't come before people. That was great-grandmother Mary Lyons. And also I would like to acknowledge the facilitators, Janine and Robert, and our note taker doesn't want to be named. He's afraid of getting dragged into it again, but she did an excellent job on our notes. Okay, lastly, do I have more time, it seems? Okay, so this ethical protocol has been a long process since 2023. Mr. Graham Reed was a big help in doing that, and just want to acknowledge his involvement in all of this. And I'm going to come back to the navigator issue since it seems like no one's cut me off yet. I know it's coming. Oh God, I had it on here. In any event, the other part about it is the criminalization of people engaged in land protection And that's another need for the ethical protocols to deal with that criminalization. There needs to be a link to the human rights aspects of people engaging in land protection that is protecting lands and waters from certain practices that actually contribute to climate change. I guess that's all I have. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Oh, I guess we're done now. Turned off the lights. But thank you, Michael. That's great and very clear, and we look forward to having the notes sent in. Who's our next reporter? Small group. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Sorry for coming a little bit late. We'll try to catch up. In our own group, yesterday we discussed the questions and we came up with the following as our own inputs. When we talk about addressing climate change for pastoralist communities, how do we link moving livestock contributes to methane emission, and pastoralists is aiding the emission of green gases. This has been an issue where you want to discuss with the local communities and you tell them that there's a greenhouse emission and that the extensive system produces more gases than the intensive system. It is very difficult for you to convince them and, to show empirical evidence that, they are more guilty than the ranches or the large livestock farming. So this has been an issue, and we feel it is something that we need to further interrogate and see how this can be resolved to aid the field activity, because you can't be talking about the environmental or climate effect without having to convince the people at the grassroots that this actually is their own contribution and this is what they are expected to do. So the issue of also negotiation on resource, sometimes pastoralists move from one community to the other community. How do you ensure that they move in peace and without also disturbing the environment itself or distorting the environment? So dialogue, we discussed and we see that dialogue is one of the key ways of ensuring judicious use of the land resource without over-exploitation of the resource, especially water and then the biomass. So it's not moving. A case to illustrate this is a case of Kenya and Uganda border where there's kinship ties between the pastoralists in Uganda and the pastoralists in Kenya. And so when they want to, if there's any movement, assuming there is more pasture on the Kenyan side than on the Ugandan side, before the mobility is embarked upon, elders will sit down and then discuss the modalities of this movement at the community level without even, before taking it up at maybe at the regional or at the state level. So at the grassroots level, it is being discussed and it is agreed, before the movement is embarked upon. Another case that we discussed also is the issue of community forestry, where women, they establish forest reserves and they maintain them as part of their own contribution to the climate mitigation. And I think this came from, is it Nepal or one of these, from Nepal. This is where the women are active in this and they control it almost 100%. the management, the leadership, and the way the resources is being managed is being controlled by women. And we feel this is a story that can be also be replicated in other communities, you know, in order to enhance the participation of women and also the issue of the climate change mitigation. And also, another story is about traditional fire management. Normally in the savannas, if there's a spark of fire anywhere, it goes and so uncontrolled. But in this case, they have developed a means, a community system of fire management itself. It has been practiced between Botswana and Namibia. It's a community-led initiative that they come together and then they decide in an event of any fire outbreak, what do we do as a community, as a whole, not to say we are leaving it to maybe this particular community to handle, but it is handled collectively. Also, there's another case also, the use of chemicals in crop production, or how do I put it now? There's heavy application of chemicals, you know, herbicides, pesticides, you know, to improve crop productivity. And this, we say it is also affecting the quality of the soil itself, destroying the biomass also, and then the fauna, and then the flora at the same time. So this is also a case that we looked at, and then it's a case that was reported, and we feel it is something to share with the larger population, that if there are mechanisms of how to reduce this, for example, if we could allow what is being practiced as bush fallowing, you allow the field to recover. Maybe you give it 2 years or 1 year, and you come back to it, and then you continue farming. Instead of saying, no, you have to be applying chemical fertilizers to force the soil, you know, to produce what you want. But you can do that. But the drawback is where you have high population density, and then you have low, you know, spaces for cultivation. It will be a little bit difficult, a challenge to say that there's a piece of land and you want to leave the piece of land for 2 years before you come back to it. You know, population pressure will not allow you to that liberty. So it can be applied in communities where there is low density human population. But it's obvious that it will be very difficult for you to apply such in a high density population environment. This has been done in the Himalayas, on the highlands of the Himalayas. It has been practiced, and it has been seen to reduce the use of chemicals almost up to 70% or 80%. But as I said, it depends on the population density of the environment. Which other one I can see? Okay. So, as above, okay, the customary practices, you know, we have discussed, and we've had some contributions from people that there are some traditional and customary ways of dealing with climate change effects and shocks. And so we feel that these are issues that can also be extended to other ecological zones, not necessarily within the savanna or within the Himalayas, but there are practices that can also be extended to other situations. But we concluded that the stories are not all success stories. There are stories that are not that successful, and we feel that there's a need also to give space for at least one story that is not a successful story. And we highlighted what they call the GGW, a Great Green Wall project in the Sahel to stop the advancement of the Sahara Desert. It covers about 7 countries from Djibouti to Senegal, and the project was top-bottom, not bottom-up. So the project is ongoing, but then the beneficiaries or the so-called targeted beneficiaries are not benefiting from it because it's introducing species that are not, initially they were not there, but with the forest now, or with the belt that is being introduced, other species of animals are coming in, or insects that are coming into, and they are affecting the lives of the people. And also, the forest is not, okay, the plants were not selected for livestock consumption. They were just, you know, what do I call it now? Desert plants that they feel, okay, they can survive and create the belt. But if it was done in such a way that animals also can benefit from this forest, it would have been better for the livestock population that are there. So this is also a very bad story that maybe next time we'll be able to have also not only the good stories, but we can also have the bad stories, at least if it is just one story. So thank you very much. This is just a synthesis of what you've done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It sounds like there was a lot of rich discussions in your group and a lot of storytelling. I'm really looking forward to reading the notes and seeing the recommendations that also have come from the sharing of those experiences. Russia?
Good morning. My name is Olga. I represent the Russian-speaking group. Our group includes indigenous peoples from different countries, and our region is Eastern Europe, Russian Federation, and Transcaucasia. Yesterday we had a rich discussion, many stories and experiences we shared, and I will present you some of them. For example, in the Republic Sakha, in Yakutia, indigenous peoples developed principles of conduct for industrial companies on their territories. Indigenous peoples created local ecological councils which perform monitoring, and we also have experience in managing nature reserves. We interact with academia, and we developed local adaptation strategies. Also, indigenous peoples, in cooperation with academia, developed strategies, methodologies for assessment of the harm being done in zones of conflict for the development of indigenous peoples. Also, we developed systems of communal monitoring in Murmansk Oblast, in the Republic of Sakha and other regions. And as a result, we see the growth of potential of local communities and indigenous peoples, which direct their propositions to the authorities. In this way, they take an active part in managing nature resources on their territories. We need to underline that still indigenous peoples are observers in the process of UNFCCC, and most often their opinions are not taken into account. We need to overcome this gap and strengthen the status of indigenous peoples. For future, we suggest to reinforce the ambitions and status of LCIPP. We can create a special committee for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very quick. Who's left? I think we have one more. Is it just the French group that's left? Can you put back the language groups, the slide on the language groups? Is there any report back from the French-speaking group? Which I believe is Rafik and Marco. We got one half of them.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Perfect. Yes, Rafik took the notes, so I cannot now share his notes, but I remember, of course, what we talked about yesterday. We emphasized that we need to share knowledge in the agricultural field, also the experiences of indigenous people and their knowledge in the field of medicines, traditional medicine. I gave related to South America and Brazil in particular. There are two agricultural practices that are essential in order to guarantee food security in the world. For example, the corn and manioc, cassava. Those are plants that were selected by our ancestors who had a very deep knowledge and important knowledge for us today all over the world. We emphasize the fact that it is important to share knowledge among communities. It is something that we must protect in lines of Article 8 of the Convention of for protecting the biodiversity. It is also important to share knowledge, agricultural knowledge, and an exemption must be made for specific plants that are not encompassed by the convention, but by the treaty of the FAO. It is a treaty that was adopted in 2002, in which there are important examples of traditional knowledge, knowledge about plants that are important for our generation, but also for future generations, because future generations will be facing climate change even more than we are facing it today. So we must use the legacy and we have to be aware that the plants that were selected by indigenous peoples are very important. For example, in the Rio Negro region, in the north of Brazil, in this small region of the Amazon, there's more of 30 varieties of corn, which are used all over the world, in Africa notably, and which are a great source of nutrients for people. Regarding the traditional medicine, some plants are used universally, and their origin is in the America. For example, the curare, which is used all over the world. It comes from a plant which grows in South America. Those are it is a kind of knowledge and that is being used for several decades by our ancestors, and I think that we must protect the intellectual properties property of indigenous people, to protect the biodiversity, which is linked to traditional knowledge. We mustn't allow scientists to pick whatever plant they want to pick. They must do it with members of indigenous peoples and local communities. Here in Belém, on the market, we can see a great variety of plants, of medicines, which are a great example of this traditional knowledge.
We have talked about this. We will need to have legal framework, regulations, established regulations. That's all. That's the whole point of those debates on the basis of Article 8J, right? So we're going to have to see how we do compensate those communities that have given so much to humanity. There are so many examples, so many use cases, so many ways to use those plants in the continent. They have to be paid and retributed according to their use and their knowledge. So we've been talking about that. Rafik was the note taker for that, and yeah, basically that's what we agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get another round of applause for all of our small groups and just the incredible discussion that these report backs represent? We didn't do that great of a job keeping time of everyone, but I think it was very beneficial to hear the entirety of everyone's statements and the recommendations that were put forward. I'm seeing a lot of similarities, despite the different language groups. There's a lot of similarities in the recommendations that came out. And then there's also similarly a great diversity in the stories and experiences. And I want to thank our French-speaking group for bringing in the conversation about indigenous medicine and traditional medicine and plants. And it just goes to show, as we keep having these conversations, these perspectives help us create a holistic picture of what is going on and the ways that we can move in an effective pathway forward. I'm going to pass the floor to the Secretariat. We're going to keep modifying our agenda so that we can kind of get back on track. But we had the late delay with traffic and getting started today. So we're going to do our best going forward to kind of make up for some of that time. And so I'm going to go ahead and ask the Secretariat to provide an overview of engagement with constituted bodies and work streams of the UNFCCC.
Thank you, co-chairs. Hello and good morning, everyone. So for these agenda items, as co-chairs mentioned, we'll go deeper into the progress made under the collective approach 4 and 5. On the next slide, you see, just as a refresher, collective approach 4 relates to the collaboration with constituted bodies and work streams of the UNFCCC. And the co-leads for collective approaches, for this collective approach are Robert and Azine. And then the focal points for constituted bodies and work programs are consulted as needed and appropriate. The next slide has collective approach 5, and just as a refresher again, this relates to enhanced engagement with parties. This includes targeted outreach to and engaging with national focal points, and also an annual dialogue for indigenous peoples, local communities, and parties to promote the ethical and equitable engagement of values and knowledge systems. And of course, the draft ethics protocol, which will have a dedicated small group discussion later today. The co-leads for this collective approach are Robert and Biren, and then Victoria as well, specifically on the draft ethics protocol. On the next slide, just diving deeper into the activities and deliverables under Collective Approach 4, there are two main aspects we would like to highlight here. So the first one is providing written inputs to the work of relevant constituted bodies and work streams. And these are prepared drawing on the contributions of indigenous peoples and local communities participating in the FWG meetings like the one today, and through the small group discussions and also the mandated LCIPP events. And so far, under this work plan, the FWG has provided written submissions based on all of your inputs to a call for submission from Mitigation Work Program and also the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. The second aspect that we wanted to highlight here is also enhancing the ethical and equitable engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities in meetings and forums of other constituted bodies and work streams as well, and we'll provide some more details on that. But on the next slide, let me just quickly cover the Collective Approach 5 as well. And a few things to highlight here are, as we mentioned, the annual dialogue for indigenous peoples, local communities, and parties. This was held during SB 62 already to promote the ethical and equitable engagement of values and knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and local knowledge systems in the design and implementation of NDCs. So the focus there was NDCs specifically. Another unique activity under this is the targeted engagement with national focal points. And under this work plan so far, the FWG members and with the help of indigenous peoples and local communities and them interacting as well, have been in meetings with the National Gender and Climate Change Focal Points and National Action for Climate Empowerment Focal Points. So there has been this targeted outreach to these party representatives. And you will also see the draft ethics protocol as you see here, but the co-chair will dive deeper into it later on. The next slide shows an overview of engagement of knowledge holders in the UNFCCC constituted bodies and work streams. And so under this work plan, the box in blue that you see up top, you'll see that the FWG has supported participation of 3 regionally nominated knowledge holders. These were nominated by regions, specifically Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe, Russian Federation, Central Asia, and Transcaucasia at the Global Climate Week that happened earlier this year in Panama. And the work streams that the knowledge holders contributed to include the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program. The focus here was on forestry, and then also the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. In addition, at SB 62, the FWG also facilitated participation of 6 knowledge holders from Arctic, Central and South America and the Caribbean and North America. This included indigenous youth and youth from local communities as well, who engaged with action for climate empowerment focal points and other stakeholders. And then the last slide here in this agenda, you will see the engagement of FWG members in different constituted bodies during SB 62, but also intersessionally. So you see in the first column, the constituted bodies and work streams and the members that participated in each one of those engagements. So I'll give the floor back to co-chair with that, if you'd like to open it for members, if they would like to reflect on this table.
Thank you for that brief overview. Are there any quick reflections from any of the members before we go to break?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for giving the floor. May I ask to raise the hand who attend the NAP Expo or Article 6.4 workshop? Okay. I just want to say that, for example, Article 6.4 workshop, which was organized by a supervisory body for these mechanisms, was amazing. Why? It looks like Article 6 is a very concrete item about how the project can be realized in each country worldwide. And during this particular workshop, expert from the supervisory body has explained where in this project timeline indigenous peoples and local communities can participate, can share their reflection or maybe object. It's very, very useful in our work in protecting the rights. And it's very important because it's locally implemented projects. So if it's interesting for you, we have the record available on the website of LCIPP. So thank you. And also about the NAP Expo. It was also very interesting and very concrete event so now we are preparing to the COP30. And I have heard more than once that this event, it's like very, very high level text, it's not concrete. That's why I like big events that are organized locally on the country level, because there we can find the very concrete projects, very concrete measures and examples how different groups and communities and bodies implement the goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reflections quickly?
So thank you, Co-Chair. And I think what I want to bring forward to also the participants is the importance of attending these constituted bodies that you also have access to. Beside FWG members sitting there, there is provision for observers to sit there. And so this is an important places where, beside going to negotiation spaces, where a lot of the IPOs and local communities attend the negotiation spaces, these are also, if we strategize and send our representatives, because how many few constituted bodies I attended, people from the platform, our platform are not inside there, but they're allowed to speak there. There's provision for them to speak there. So I think this is something we all, and it's a build-up for the next session. That's apart from attending all the negotiation spaces, and then a lot of our people who are also who always attend the negotiation spaces. These small constituted bodies that exist is another platform where you can all attend as observers. You can speak as well, give interventions. And if you we have a huge number in attending these constituted bodies, it elevates our voices as indigenous people and local communities in these spaces. So that it's not only coming from your facilitative working group, it's more powerful if you're all also attending these sessions beside the negotiations. So I will encourage you this upcoming COP. Look at the events that are there in the screens during the COP sessions and see where you can attend, because these sessions are most of the times are open. It's not closed.
I have a question to Secretariat, to Donna maybe. Please return previous slide. Здесь я смотрю о том, что сообщается о том, что
I can see that you announced that there were 3 nominated knowledge holders, participants from Russia during a Global Climate Week in Panama. Perhaps that's a mistake, because we had no such participation. Secretariat, can you provide us an answer, please?
Slava, thank you. This is the former cohort, the cohort before you, and we did have a nomination from your region. It was Victor. Yes, Victor, who participated in the Climate Week in Panama.
Thank you for that. And yeah, just to build off some of what the points that Robert made, the FWG is really the only constituted body that is invited to take these roles. And also the engagement of all of you in these meetings is really important. But one of the ongoing challenges to everyone is that representatives often lack resources to attend many of these meetings. And so this is one of the things that continues to come up because you need to be self-funded or to be able to find funding in order to attend these meetings. And that has been a consistent barrier for our effective participation, as well as the need to be nominated by constituency groups in order to take the floor. And so, we want to keep working through these things. We want to keep increasing participation, and we also want to keep naming what these barriers are so we can work past them. With that said, want to make sure that we do get a chance to have a coffee break. Because we did have a late start, we are a bit behind schedule, but not too much. So I'm going to keep the coffee break to end at the top of the hour at 11, and then ask you all to come back in, because then we will discuss how the breakout for the next small group discussions. And so thank you all for your patience and your participation and for giving such rich contributions this morning. Yeah. And I'll race you to the coffee. Hello, relatives. I hope you enjoyed all of the delicious snacks that have been provided for break. I'm going to ask our FWG members to please return to the stage. And if you see some of your colleagues are still in the break room, please notify them that we are about to get started in approximately 2 minutes. Oh, it looks like we have a quorum here with our facilitative working group members. Thank you. As people are coming in, we're going to go ahead and start sharing information and context for the next round of small group discussions. As many of you heard from the report backs, some of yesterday's conversation has already gone into the realm of discussing a draft ethics protocol. Most notably, I have seen how 3, possibly even 4 groups have called for the development of 2 draft protocols, one for local communities and one for Indigenous peoples. And so we want to keep making progress on this work because this time that we have with each other is very precious and very limited. So let's see how far we can keep developing out those recommendations and those pathways forward. But I'm going to pass it over to our Secretariat to give us a context and an overview.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So for this, actually, if I may, the co-leads will...
Sorry. We are going to pass it to the FWG co-leads to provide a brief overview. Okay. Translation is still not on? Okay, interpretation, it seems, let's do an interpretation check. Are we hearing Spanish? Spanish interpretation is good? Okay, are we hearing French? Oh. Well, Rafiq's not in here. Are we hearing Portuguese? We are not hearing Portuguese. So it's Portuguese we need to be hearing. Could we check in with our Portuguese interpreter? They hear? Okay, Portuguese, let me know. I'm going to keep talking, so let me know when you start hearing the interpretation. We want to make sure that things are working well. They're still saying no. We do have our interpreter online, at the booth. We're just making sure that the connectivity, whatever issue is addressed. And so we want to keep going, and especially since the recommendation of a separate ethical protocols also came from our Portuguese group. We want to make sure that they can hear. Is it back on? Yes. Okay, so we hear Portuguese, so Spanish, French. Do we hear the Russian interpretation? Is the Russian interpretation working? Okay, so it looks like we're good. Just let us know, again, just by raising your hand, if the interpretation goes out again. I know we've been navigating these challenges these last couple of days. Again, we're going to go into an overview and context for our next small group discussions, and I'm going to pass it to the FWG co-leads for Collective Action 5.5, drafting the ethics protocol. Victoria, is that you?
Hello. Yes, I am one of the co-leads for this particular item, 5.5. And Bidin here and Robert are also the co-leads for Collective Approach 5 more broadly. We have been workshopping some ideas for what ethical protocols might look like under the convention. Of course, this being an item that we have received as a part of the work plan that was proposed by the former cohort, so we are carrying this work forward now. In particular, because these ethics protocols are intended for use under the convention, there are a few considerations. We have a draft outline for what these protocols could be, and we have discussed having this be a living document. So this is also to say that while we are expecting to have our ethics protocols largely available by FWG 15 for the consideration of the body, we do expect that this will be a living document that can have change over the course of its life. In terms of what might appear in the draft, in the ethics protocols themselves, a need for introduction and relevance under the convention, so the historical context for the participation that indigenous peoples have had under the convention, and of course now we have local communities, so there's a consideration there for how this is being worked in. I have considered suggesting that we also have a map of contributions. So we have over the years received contributions of ethics protocols from different indigenous peoples and local communities, and we have those in our repositories as the LCIPP, but having an idea of the geographic distribution, I think, will also help to show both the diversity and the unity of those protocols. So having a visual representation will be quite useful. Then a list of the protocols themselves, and we have discussed that there are actually a number of kinds of protocols out there. Some of them are cultural, and from my perspective, bringing in some of the indigenous knowledge that comes from my region, we would put forward certain ways of interacting with each other and opening conversations with each other, for example. But then there are also rights-based protocols, and then there are certainly operational protocols that are related to the specific mechanisms under the convention. And then another item that we can foresee being as a part of this is an annex that includes also the possible synergies and coherence with current bodies and work streams. And this is particularly important because, as we have been discussing, increasing the participation of indigenous peoples and local communities under the convention also includes all these other constituted bodies. So identifying the opportunities and the places where this is most appropriate could be useful in helping to share the protocols also with parties and other bodies after they have been finalized. In terms of the draft timeline for what we are envisioning, one of the things that we have considered is making it a more open process. So in the drafting of the ethics protocols, we would convene a webinar to sort of give us overview for what we are working towards, and then a number of facilitated discussions with increasingly involved drafts of what those protocols might be, so that any interested members of our contributors and communities more broadly can be engaged on those items for consideration by the body. We would then have maybe our first workshop sometime in January as a 2-hour webinar and facilitated discussion, and then 3 or 4 weeks later have a follow-up to that meeting with a new draft, and then another in March. And of course, finalizing them with the text and other considerations will take additional time, but we do expect to have, or hope to have, a more completed draft of those ethics protocols by FWG 15, so that we can at least have something to work from and consider as a body, and hopefully at that point make only very minor changes moving forward, although recognizing that it will continue to be a living document. This is the overview for the small group discussion that we are going to be having now.
Thank you for that. And then just a few reflections and I guess a question based on the small group report backs. The request for the establishment of a working group was also something that was previously decided, and we heard very specifically recommendations of the working group consisting of a representative of IPs and a representative of LCs. Can you shed some light on whether or not you guys have discussed like whether how that could be done, and if since we already have a nomination from the IPOs of who that representative would be, if this could also be an opportunity to hear from the LCs that are here who could be nominated to work on that working group?
Yes, thank you. And again, just to reiterate that these are sort of the draft workshop ideas that we have envisioned. But of course, all of this is open to the small group discussion. There will be questions on this for you to give your input if this is a good way forward or maybe not a good way forward. We have spoken a bit with the Secretariat on what possibly could be done to help broaden the engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities in the process beyond just these workshops, and we are looking at whether or not there's a precedent for having a more formalized body. But I think these are things that we will hear back from you today, and then we will have an announcement later this year, but ahead of January to sort of lay out the plan that we will put in place before FWG 15.
Okay. Excellent, thank you.
Just based on that, since we are here, and if we are able to identify, and while the COP week, and I think the three of us are here for a while, I think it's an important opportunity as well that we start talking about or doing the discussion while we're here, because sometimes online facilitation could be hard with internet and time difference. So it's good that when we go out to the breakout sessions, we got the IP representative that was going to be part of these protocol, ethics protocol, but the LCs have to decide also and see how best we can push this forward. And we have this week, next week, to start talking and start formulating things together before we head back to our different regions. So that's just a suggestion that I'll put to you guys here while you have the three of us, and right here in these 2 weeks that is coming forward. So yeah, something to consider when we break out. Thank you.
Nice. And so again, can we have the slide on the breakout groups, small groups? Again, we'll take the same approach as yesterday and having the small group breakouts by language groups. But just want to reiterate, because I have gotten some requests and I don't see Gustavo here. Am I just missing him? Yeah, I don't see Gustavo here, but I have gotten some requests for having a LC only group. And so just wanted to reiterate, is that still a request? And I'm assuming there's also a desire to have an IP only small group discussion. And so the invitation is open to you all, because 3 or 4 of the small group feedback has also recommended drafting 2 separate protocols. This may be the opportunity to do a lot of that work, because not only are we challenged when we meet virtually with connectivity and access, but interpretation also is a challenge. And so being able to work in your language groups and self-organizing in that way, we could get a lot of really great input from you all right here, right now, that can help us really develop that pathway forward. And so please take advantage of that. If you do self-organize an LC only group or an IP only group, just please let me know so that we can keep track and know if we how we do report backs and how we time that. Is that clear? Okay, everyone clear? And we will be in our small group discussions all the way through to lunch. Oh no, are we going to do that? Actually. Let me see if we have time for that lunch, because we're a little behind, so that would give us an hour in small groups. Does that feel good? And then we can come back after lunch to do the small group report backs. Does that sound good? Okay. So lunch is at 12:30. You're free to continue your conversation if you need more time. But please remember to use the template, the notes template, to take notes. Please remember to identify someone to report back. And let's for now, because we don't know how many groups there will be, let's limit the report back to 3 minutes and prepare accordingly. And we'll see if there's a little bit more wiggle room after we find out the final number of groups. Is that clear? Okay, great. Do we have any outstanding notes from the first meeting? Have we received all the notes from the last small group report back? Which one? We are still waiting for notes from one language group for the last report, the last small group. Oh, there is only 2 English groups. Yeah. So is that everyone? Never mind, we got all the notes. We got all the notes. Yay, good job, everyone. Yes. So please remember to send your notes in from your small groups. Thank you all very much. I wish you a very fruitful and productive dialogue, and we will see you after lunch. Please come prepared to give your report back in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So for those who are joining the groups that are set on the stage, please do carefully approach the stage on this side, because these sides are set up for tech, and we appreciate if you can proceed this way. And if you are forming more groups, for the note template, you can scan the QR code that will take you to the meeting page, and there you can access the templates. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
question. Permiso, doctor Ronel.
Hola, buenos días, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Vamos ya.
Camine.
What up? How are you? Good? You're like a tired.
When I first went in 2023, I really wasn't. Yeah. I think he was there at the overlap. I didn't really know. But she's been, we pushed this, we presented this ethical protocol beginning in 2020. And then in Dubai, there was two nation states. Two nation states. They just mentioned it.
That's why. So, sorry. No, really sorry.
edition work program. As you can see here on the slide, the work program was established in 2022 and further operationalised in 2023. And the principal activities that happen under it intersessionally and during the sessions are 2 dialogues at the COP each year. There have been 4 dialogues to date, and the third topics each year, and they that's framed and the scope of that, different views on the future implementation of the work program, for example, integrating it within existing work streams and constituted bodies versus some form of new institution. In the negotiations, where there's also been an opportunity for engagement through the year, particularly at the bond session mid-year, and inputs from obviously parties, but also non-party stakeholders in the constituencies. So now I wanted to talk briefly to the state of play in the negotiations, where there's also been an opportunity for engagement through the year, particularly at the bond session mid-year, and inputs from obviously parties, but also non-party stakeholders in the constituencies, very valuable in terms of the inputs through the negotiations and related activities. At the session, there was good progress and momentum built after the disappointment in Baku at COP29, where there wasn't a substantive outcome. We left Bonn with with draft conclusions and an informal note. Produced under the authority of the co-chairs under the JTWP agenda items. That reflects a lot of elements that could potentially form part of a draft decision text. It's not yet agreed. There's disclaimers associated with it, and some areas that are where there are considerable divergences, as you can see there on the slide. But it does contain a lot of elements where there was considerable convergence on a number of them, but also some divergence as well around issues such as how you frame the energy sector references. There were issues around trade and how that's framed. Contains also, for your information, some useful references in the context of Indigenous peoples and local communities. You can see there on the
E. A. Shuri Rosa. A. Abre mais side. A. Oi, A. Oi, A. Esse aqui é da apresentadora, só que tá um pouco grave aqui dentro. Foi esse aqui, vai ficar no lugar dos dois Dylan, tá? Só que eu tô achando baixo aqui. Dá só um pouco de ganho no side, um pouquinho só.
Oi, ei, ei, ei. Oi, ok. Ei, esse aqui já está muito alto. Qual é esse daí? Na tua mesa? Esse aqui é o que estava verde, né? Tá, então esse aqui eu vou deixar para ela que ela gosta de se ouvir melhor. Então eu vou deixar esse aqui, pink, lá de stand-by que ficou, tá?
Your information, some useful references in the context of Indigenous peoples and local communities. You can see there on the left-hand side of the screen a reference to it, along with a range of other interests and references alongside it. And then in the context of reflecting on the dialogues that have happened this year, also some references there to Indigenous peoples, local communities, and also intergenerational equity there. You can see on the right-hand side at the bottom. And so, as I say, this text isn't agreed, and there'll be some more work in Belém building up this text, reflecting on
Dear FWG member, current and ex, dear participants, I'm very happy to see those who are on time. Yes, good, yes. Record is on time. I guess you don't want to dance. For those who are in the room, could you please text your reporters that we will soon start our session with report back from the small group discussions. Yes, yes, it's Kitisak. Victoria, you cannot leave. Kitisak, could you please take your seat? And then we will understand whether we have a quorum to start or not. I understand that it's very comfortable to sit there because I also would like to sit there. And I'm ready to change with the Graham, who is actually the perfect moderator, as I remember. But however, we always have to use the rule no one left behind, but we today leaving one. Dear friends, we will start soon. Please make sure that rapporteurs from your language group is in the room. In the room. At the moment, we don't have enough FWG members to have a quorum to start. My apologies. It looks like the second cohort is more responsible and being on time. Oh, Janine, you are the 8th person and we can start. Dear FWG members, dear participants in our audience, let's resume our meeting and start report back from small group discussions. Who will start and break the ice? Who is ready to volunteer and to start and to be the first person? I'd like a little bit to inspire you and maybe to motivate to be first person, because for the first person we will not use the time limit. Wow. Okay, lady in red, please, the floor is yours.
Bien, buenas tardes a todos los presentes en este momento. Y pues,
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
grupo de pueblos indígenas,
Since I was part of the Indigenous Peoples Group, and we had a discussion from the viewpoint of Indigenous peoples to guide our work based on our advocacy work with governments in the framework of climate change. In that regard, we believe that this protocol should elevate our voices and guarantee the preservation of our knowledge and the rights that we hope will guide the work of all governments to make sure that the convention is maintained. The annual dialogue should prioritize the joint review of all policies and plans. That would be the NAPS and NGS. And this should be discussed with Indigenous peoples, and we should also establish ethical protocols for access and knowledge of Indigenous knowledge. The protocol should establish all the recognized standards of rights acknowledged for Indigenous peoples. They should establish safeguards and further develop knowledge in terms of the use and attribution, and guarantee that Indigenous peoples have a role in the co-design and implementation, and also the regulatory protocol, because every country has a different protocol. The adoption of indigenous languages is one of the most important provisions to include in these protocols. We should also seek a transparent mechanism for engagement, and we also identified examples of ethical protocols and knowledge frameworks that cannot be considered to be good or bad. We also have Honduras that, for instance, implemented a project for migration to firm land called Isberiala. No, she stands corrected. That is Panama's. Panama, for instance, organized this migration project called Isberiala with complete disregard for community protocols. And that is also a problem because they are not respecting the community protocols. And they have not recognized the vision of the Osmawule people. We decided to do a co-design for other projects and protocols. And as I mentioned earlier, we also considered the importance of adopting the indigenous languages as part of the protocols. In that regard, it is very important to collaborate with all parties alike and to recognize the worldviews, the customs, the knowledge, and ancestral wisdom of indigenous peoples. Because we would also recommend the appointment of an indigenous consultant and a technical team with knowledge of those indigenous peoples that can actually participate in designing these protocols. And we should also respect the principles of indigenous peoples in terms of monitoring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this really rich and very structured report back. Thank you so much. I understand how difficult to start discussions. Thank you for your power and for your leadership. Now I'm open the floor for next reporter. Yes, I see. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vidya, and I'm from Nepal. So I am representing our English-speaking group from our group discussion on CA 5.5 on ethical protocol. So the group discussion, what we had so far was like on the protocols, like some of our friends mentioned, like when we share our knowledge, so these days with the artificial intelligence, how the knowledge are replicated, and our knowledge are already, when we are sharing, when the indigenous people, local communities are sharing the knowledge with FWG, and like we see kind of a threat that how it will be protected, and what are the mechanisms that how you should protect our knowledge, because we are just sharing this knowledge, not to have access for everybody, or AI, how the AI will extract our knowledge system, and it will be in a public, because most of the practices what we have in our community, the knowledges that are private, and how do we distinguish that knowledges are private and public, and also the knowledge that we share need to have, it's a very holistic approach that how our knowledge systems are. So we cannot separate like the biodiversity and climate change knowledge system in a separate topic. And another discussion what we had was that the community law around the data are not authored by the community members, all community members that aren't necessarily published, because in my community, in my community, like we have our traditional governance system, and our traditional knowledge and practices are often not very exposed, like they are very hesitant. So we should also, they don't want to share by like, there is no there's no documentation of these knowledges. So they are, even like when we are transferring the knowledge in our community, it's by practicing, like how our father or mother, practicing the knowledge that is transferred by we doing them together. So like this is how it is transferred. And another topic that we discussed was the question how we check back on the knowledge is used each time, and check back with people, check back with who is using our knowledge. So like when we share the knowledge, then we should also know like how the protocol is, like how our knowledge has been used, and also like where it is used. So that is very important. And another, also like the way to make the protocol for how the knowledges are shared in the parties. We are also concerned like when they are not recognize don't recognize indigenous values and our system, you know. So we are also a little bit concerned on that, and because our knowledge should be respected, it should not be exploited. So the knowledge should not be using, our knowledge should not be using against us, because I think in many places, like sometime, I think in COP29, when we had an informal global stocktech conversation, and there was a person from a more business background, and he was telling about, he was sharing a kind of method that the economic, traditional economic method that what we use in village, and he was saying like we could do this, you know, and then I just shared that this is the system that we use. This is a traditional knowledge from our community, and he just kept quiet. So like something like this should often been, our knowledge has often been exploited from many ways. So we also want to take account on that. And also like when the knowledge because there are knowledge holders who are women, youth, and young girls. So also most of the time, like the spaces where they feel, they will not feel very comfortable or safe. So those safeguards should be also in a very big consideration to give a safe space to the women and youth for their sharing. And on the question of two protocols, like I think the protocols for indigenous people and local communities, we think that it should be, they could be similar but different because of the different circumstances and perspective of two different communities. And lastly, on the workshop, we have discussed on the workshop should have a broader outreach, and also the broad, and also we summarized like what's being discussed in each workshop should be enabled to engage more people in the community beforehand. And the interpretation is also one of the key things that we have to keep in mind. And the other ways to contribute is a link, and that we could also use the Mentimeter so people can see what's being discussed and contribute while not having internet access or cannot connect live. Also, like ability to have a draft in between the session so that people can engage with community and receive their output, receive input into the progress. process. And yeah, and also we also agreed that the protocol should be a live document so that recommendation of for monitoring and evaluation is available. And yeah, so overall the role of FWG that we believe to uphold our dignity and our values and the knowledge of indigenous people and local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was great that you share your thoughts, reflection from your small group. And also, it's great that we all have this opportunity for interactive engagement. And I kindly note that we really want to use all that you shared in this room. And for that, we need your notes sent to the LCIPP at UNFCCC. So now I'm happy to invite next reporter. Oh. Yes, yes. Please take the floor.
Hello, my name is Ariel Tsekwi-Deranger. I am from Canada. Our group really focused on trying to draw out some of the main issues. So first we talked a little bit about some existing models that could be used to demonstrate ethical protocols, and we looked at the OCAP model out of Canada as well as the CARE principles as good examples of Indigenous governance and data sovereignty. And then we really moved on to question one, which we really talked about the importance of ensuring that there was deconflation needed to be addressed first and foremost to ensure that LCs and IPs are included as distinct groups to ensure equitability, and that there needed to be full acceptance of both ethical protocols with an S, meaning multiple, and that when we were talking about these protocols, that we needed to take into consideration local and geographical needs to inform things like the NAPs and NDCs based on inside experience and knowledge of Indigenous peoples. And we needed to understand, there needed to be more understanding of the needs and vulnerabilities across these different contexts, and the needs to be addressed and resourced appropriately. So an example is that sometimes the issues of a state get reduced. So Indigenous peoples might be reduced to one of the major issues of a country. So the example was Nepal. In Nepal, we often talk about mountain people, but it disregards the fact that not all of Nepal is a mountainous region, and Indigenous peoples exist in those different regions as well. And we talked about how we need to avoid uniform or singular policies, and resourcing strategies are not enough. We need multiple, and we need to address the needs of the distinct and diverse ecosystems, beings, and people. And there needs to be an importance of local adaptation strategies. And this conversation evolved into discussing how there is a lack of understanding of how Indigenous peoples and land defenders are actually creating safeguards and contributing to adaptation and mitigation strategies. However, there are ongoing systemic barriers to understand how those are actual contributions and how they should be included in national climate change strategies. And then we talked about how Indigenous peoples and local communities should be able to be directly resourced to represent themselves here, so not through intermediaries. And there was a question, have Indigenous peoples been able to participate equitably in the development of NDCs and NAPs? If so, what's worked? If not, what are some of those barriers? Still needs to be pulled out. And we think that there should be that states should demonstrate how they are ensuring FPIC is upheld within these processes, and that there needed to be a lot more transparency on who the Indigenous representatives were. And there was a statement that I thought was really important to share here, that is, our solutions need to be as complex as the challenges we face. I don't know if I got that right, Janine. And then the last piece was really focusing on the timelines. So we think that there needs to be quite a few amendments to the timeline, and that there needs to be a working group established here at the FWG this November, and that the first meeting needs to focus on consolidating the recommendations with interpretation and translation as needed from previous meetings, plus the COP30 discussions. And that first meeting should be held in January. There should probably be 2 meetings, one for LC protocols and one for LIP protocols. So there should be 2 distinct meetings, one for local communities, one for Indigenous peoples. And those meetings need to be longer and have the capacity for breakout groups with facilitators and note takers to support those breakout groups. And then the working group would need to go back and consolidate the inputs into 2 distinct drafts by February, and then report back and get affirmation from those 2 groups, local communities and Indigenous peoples, to get affirmation on the draft and ensure that, again, there's interpretation and translation. And that could be at the end of February, and then the working group takes back any new recommendations to finalize a draft for March and April. And then the report back for the meeting with both the IPs and the LCs together to look at both drafts together would happen in March and April. And then the working group would work to identify and flag similarities, conflicts, or contradictions that need to be addressed and considered. And if needed, there should be space for a special meeting with the FWG body as a whole in May and June before the presentation of both ethical protocols at the FWG 15 in June. Did I miss anything else?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was really a well-structured and very systematic report back. Thank you for drawing our attention to gaps and lacks and question how we can improve the process. And now I am giving the floor to the next reporter, and also remind that we really want to have all these useful notes in our mailbox. So I understand that we have had already Spanish and 2 English groups. So we didn't hear from Russian-speaking groups, from Portuguese, and do we have 3 English group? Okay, so French. Yeah? Please take the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Longoli Simon. I represent pastors from Uganda, and I make this presentation on behalf of the local communities. Is it working? Okay, that's the... Thank you. Sorry about that. It's a very African thing to do this. I think the one departure point we had there during our conversation was to recognize that local knowledge is the number 2 of 2 of what's really important to local communities besides their territories and lands. And that in a world in which people are so competitive with capitalism and stuff, this is an important thing that we need to consider, that knowledge, local knowledge, is part of our leverage in the global stage, and has to be protected jealously. So with whatever we try and do with our knowledge, we need to make sure that this is what we have. We said that the LCIPP, the annual dialogue, should prioritize at least 7 clear and operational areas so that it's not limited to merely a consultative exchange. Number 1, recognize the ownership and rights to this knowledge and that it really does belong to local communities. Second, we said that ethical protocols and specific safeguards for this knowledge have to be put in place. We recognize, of course, that there are also practices that exist, including with FPIC and intellectual property rights within the United Nations mechanism, but this is an additional one. Third, we said co-governance throughout the cycle of the national action plans, nationally determined contributions, national communications, that our role and function shouldn't just end at giving out this knowledge, but we should accompany it all through the stages from the local to the very global. It still aligns with our overall principle that as generators and co-creators of this knowledge, it's only us who can best convey that which we mean or that which our knowledge implies. Number 4, that methodologies for integrating knowledge systems need to be put in place. Next is direct funding and support for community-based knowledge processes. Also mentioned that a part of the concern of the LCIPP is capacity building. In communities, we need to have mechanisms to manage access, generation, and withdrawal of access to those who seek to enter our communities or who seek our knowledge. Because granting access oftentimes comes with the right to withdraw it as well. So we're aware of the possibility that gatekeepers do rise up. Our local communities need to have the capacity to manage access and withdrawal of access processes. And then we said indicators of equity and justice in the incorporation of knowledge need to be integrated. Then lastly, we said effective participation in national processes and not just the global one. I think there's a repetition of one of the earlier ones. But we say that the protocol also must include the purpose of access. The why has to be fully answered, and in the next deliberations, we have to understand really why we are giving out this knowledge, or we are volunteering it to the system and its players. Secondly, we must provide the personal oligo data of the person accessing the information. So this is at access point. The community, next, the community that owns the knowledge must be informed about this access and give its consent. And then in the form, the person must describe a way of giving feedback to the community, what they used the knowledge for, and what the result was. Then lastly, the ethical protocol must be a transparent commitment in which the knowledge holder will know what is being accessed, for what purpose, and what benefits the community, or what benefits the community will receive. We have a couple examples of what is already existing. There is an ethics protocol of the CBD that can be a starting point. Then we noted that in Brazil, an example of sharing traditional knowledge is the platform for territories and traditional communities. it has an online access. Yeah, there is also another reference or law. There's a link here and the initiative to build biocultural protocols for traditional communities. Also, there is a link. But there exist at least 4 challenges that we noted. How can the protocol that will be created here be linked to national and subnational governments and effectively protect the territories? 2, we live in a world of connectivity and social networks where artificial intelligence systems acquire this knowledge. How do we deal with this reality of distribution via social media? There's also the issue of raising community awareness about the value of their own knowledge. How traceable is the use of this information? And lastly, in the protocol, we need to demonstrate the concepts and criteria adopted regarding the local community. That's our submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your report. Could you please send it to the mail? So now I can say that we have already heard 4 reports, 1 Spanish, 2 English, 1 from local community self-organized group. As far I was informed, we had 6 groups. I see that a rapporteur from Russian-speaking group is ready. Please feel free to speak in Russian, in English, Spanish. So the floor is yours.
Eu sou do grupo brasileiro. Falante, pode?
Sorry, I represent the Brazilian group, the Portuguese-speaking group. Good afternoon. My name is LCIPP. I represent Brazil, and the Portuguese-speaking group has contributed in Portuguese, naturally. Our group was quite succinct in trying to point out answers and suggestions. As for question 1, which has to do with the ethnic relationship between traditional communities, indigenous communities, and the platform. Our group firstly points out the fact of governance, knowledge, and ethics, and says that we must strengthen regional and bi-regional meetings as a starting point for working group schedules, scheduling meetings, ensuring indigenous participation in IPCC with participation of the knowledge holders themselves, map out domestic safeguard systems and initiatives which exist in these territories, establish cultural protocols for access to ethics to protect and manage traditional knowledge sets, ensure the right to previous and informed consent to all processes, create a protocol for access to traditional knowledge within the framework of the UNFCCC, where indigenous knowledge as Occidental Western science is recognized with applied authorship. Understanding our knowledge sets as science, strengthening the bond between FWG and IPCC to include indigenous people's recommendations in their report. Ensure that indigenous populations are consulted for any reports that are produced. Bring in recommendations from WPI and the UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights and within the FWG Ethical Protocol. Create subnational meetings to expand representation. Create a protocol for the safeguard of traditional knowledge sets based on country mappings. Define a place set apart for the application of traditional knowledges within the IPCC. This protocol must recognize the intrinsic relationship between knowledge sets and ways of life and try to curb undue appropriation of knowledge sets. Also create in-house ethical protocols within indigenous populations on the exchange of knowledge. Regarding question number 2, our contributions regarding the safeguards and national instruments are
about the life plans and the consultation plans to recognize documents and regional instruments, for example, local plans and protocols as legitimate references to strengthen indigenous governance mechanisms and oversight of the implementation of these instruments, to value legal frameworks that already exist, such as the Biodiversity Law number 13,122 of 2015 about the access to genetic heritage and the sharing of benefits. A formal recommendation. The platform has to give a return of the work and how everything was incorporated or considered. Examples of good practices. The Biocultural Pancaruru Protocol, protecting traditional knowledge. The Territorial Agricultural System from the Rio Negro, recognized by INFAM. The register of the Onça waterfall regarding the protection of traditional agricultural practices, and in regards to the question of what would be our recommendation, the group recommends the participation and regional coordination on the following points: to guarantee equitable participation of all the regions, to create a flow of information that is transparent between regional representatives and countries, to narrow the bonds between regional representatives and the peoples to strengthen autonomy and territorial coordination. These are the contributions from our group, the Portuguese-speaking group. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for your report. I think that here I would once again to thank incoming presidency for providing us Portuguese interpretation, because otherwise we have translation only on the UN official language. And I have one question. Do we have the second Portuguese-speaking group? Because maybe you were self-organized in two separate groups, like indigenous and locals, or you were together? Okay, if we have the seventh rapporteur, please let me know. And and now it's time for the maybe last but not the least speakers. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Ludmila Korotkih. I represent indigenous Crimean Tatar people from Ukraine, and I represent the result of the work of the Russian-speaking group. Following the question 1 about which question should be discussed during the annual dialogue, we identified the next ones. First is how can state climate policies, NEPs, NDCs, national communications, and others recognize and integrate indigenous self-governance and decision-making structures, ensuring FPIC at all stages. The next one is about protection of traditional lands and livelihoods. How can climate transition projects avoid dispossession and further marginalization of indigenous territories in the context of extractivism and energy transition projects such as hydropower, mining, renewable energy, and others. Next one is what mechanisms are needed to protect indigenous knowledge from misappropriation, ensuring community ownership and benefit sharing. Next question, which we propose to discuss, it's about climate justice and historical responsibility, and how can climate policies address the historical environmental damage and cultural losses suffered by indigenous and local communities during colonization and current resource exploitation. And last question, which we propose to discuss during the meetings, it's about intergenerational transmission of knowledge and what support is needed to sustain indigenous languages and traditional practices as living system of land and environmental governance. In regard to the question about the concrete examples, we have proposed 3 cases. One of it's about global. It's indigenous peoples' principles and protocols for just transition adopted on the summit on just transition, indigenous peoples' perspective, knowledge, and lived experiences, which were held last year. And 2 more, it's more country-specified examples. First is Code of Conduct for the Territories of Traditional Usage agreed between indigenous peoples and private sector in Sakha region of Russia. And second one is procedure for holding consultation of executive authorities with representative institutions of indigenous peoples of Ukraine adopted by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. And in regards to the third question, unfortunately for our region, we didn't receive yet any draft ethical protocol, so we can react to this document, and we are really wait for this, and we hope that it will be done with properly involvement of all stakeholders and of all indigenous peoples around our region, because we have a lot of indigenous peoples not only in Russia, but in different countries in our region. And of course, we are ready to contribute to this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for well-structured, very concrete, and keeping allocated time. We are over the timeline, to be honest, so once again, please send your notes till the end of this day to the mailbox of platform. And now let's go to the next agenda item. May I have a slide? So now we have agenda item 4B, which is collaboration with relevant bodies and processes external to the UNFCCC. And here I would like to remind that COP24 encouraged the FWG to collaborate with the relevant bodies within and outside the convention to enhance the coherence of platform actions under the UNFCCC process. In line with this mandate, the FWG has included a standing agenda item in each meeting to review and strengthen these collaborative efforts. The LCIPP was established to enhance the engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities in the UNFCCC. So now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Shirley Harper to share an overview of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in context of IPCC 2026 workshop on engaging diverse knowledge systems. Dr. Harper, are you online with us?
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak today and including the IPCC in your meeting. We really appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm going to try and share my screen. Hopefully this will work. Just have to get permission. Okay, I'll try again. Here we go. All right, so hopefully you should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, we see.
Perfect, thank you. So the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change sits under the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations Environmental Program. And the mandate of the IPCC, or the objective, is to provide governments at all levels with scientific information that they can use to develop climate policies. IPCC reports also play a key input into international climate change negotiations, like the upcoming COP. And so the idea is that these IPCC reports can help contribute to negotiations that happen at COPs, as well as other decisions that might be being made by different levels of government. I think the IPCC believes that if our job is to assess the science and provide an overview of the information that's available on climate change, that really needs to include Indigenous knowledge as well. So how has the IPCC engaged with Indigenous knowledge systems in the past cycles? I first wanted to just present an overview of some of the progress that was made in the last assessment cycle in AR6. Starting with the special report on the ocean and cryosphere in a changing climate. In this report, the IPCC made a statement that either Indigenous knowledge alone or used with scientific knowledge can inform climate change responses. And I think that this was a really important statement that was included in the report because it really points to the idea that Indigenous knowledge systems don't need to be validated by Western science. They can stand alone. And we even developed an entire figure to help illustrate this. So in this figure on the one side in the box here, you can see that different knowledge systems can come together to inform decision making. So it could be different Indigenous knowledge systems coming together, or Indigenous knowledge systems with Western science could come together to help inform decisions. Or on the other side, you can also see that knowledge systems can stand alone. They can, one knowledge system can be used to make a decision. So for example, you can make a decision based on Indigenous knowledges in and of itself. In this report, we also made strong statements that Indigenous knowledge is critical to understanding climate change. It's really important to in our response to climate change, and it's also very important in governing climate change. Then in the next assessment that was published, the Climate Change 2022, which focused on climate change impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, we built on that, and we also tried to indicate how this can be done. And the IPCC indicated that using Indigenous knowledge systems to understand, respond, and govern climate change really needs to be done through Indigenous self-determination. So in the report, that meant that we invited Indigenous authors to actually do that part of the assessment. So there were Indigenous contributing authors who led the assessment on Indigenous related content in that report. And in this report, there were a few really important IPCC firsts. One was that in this report, Indigenous knowledge systems were included in every single chapter of the report. The role of colonialism in climate change was explicitly named in the summary for policymakers, which was approved by the member states. That acknowledged that colonialism is at the root cause of climate change, and to address climate change, we need to also address colonialism. And that finally, in the summary for policymakers, which was approved by governments, it acknowledged that Indigenous rights need to be addressed to effectively respond to climate change impacts. So that brings us to our current assessment cycle, the 7th assessment cycle. And so looking forward, we know that we need to continue to improve and do a better job of engaging with Indigenous peoples and communities. We also need to do a better job of engaging with Indigenous knowledge systems in the report. So in the 7th assessment cycle, we've made a very, very strong effort to make sure that there are Indigenous lead authors and coordinating lead authors in every single one of the reports that will be published. So there are Indigenous authors, lead authors in the city's special report, in the Working Group 1 report, in the Working Group 2 report, and in the Working Group 3 report. So now that there are Indigenous lead authors and coordinating lead authors to lead some of that work, we also have to work towards removing barriers and making sure that these Indigenous lead authors can do their work in a good way that makes the most sense for them and for those knowledge systems. And so to try and build a good solid ground on how to do that, the IPCC just finished an expert meeting on gender diversity, equity, and inclusion that was held in September, which will provide guidance on how to create an inclusive and equitable environment so that when Indigenous authors have been selected, that they feel included in a meaningful way. And then what we have coming up in February is an expert workshop on engaging diverse knowledge systems within the IPCC process. And at that workshop, there are Indigenous peoples from around the world invited to participate in the workshop to provide guidance on how to do this work in a meaningful way. I think at the end, we really believe that Indigenous leadership and partnership in this process is really essential. And so we're really trying to do this in a good way. And we really appreciate, for example, the opportunity to engage today. And we would open the door for any future engagement with you in the future on getting advice on how to do this well. So that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Dr. Harper, thank you very much. We applaud to you. We applaud to you. We have gone over the time. That's why we cannot open the floor for the question and comments. However, my proposal here is to use the opportunity and send maybe question or comments to the mailbox of platform with notes that it's a question or maybe reflection to Dr. Harper. And I would like to inform that we have Victoria, who is the author of at least 2 chapters in the report. And also I know that Graham is very familiar with IPCC. So if you have some kind of live discussions, so just grab and go. So thank you, Dr. Harper. It was really rich presentations, and one can remind that in this discussion with former FWG member, we speak about the 2 processes. So we should bring Indigenous people to the convention, but also make a convention closer to Indigenous peoples. And each such a presentation make it the process a little bit clearer. Thank you. So now we will go to the next agenda item, which is, I have a slide. Yes. And can remind that during the yesterday's show run, we hadn't an opportunity to play the record on just transition, and we will use this opportunity right now. And here I would like to thank once again our technical team who make everything to resolve technical issues as quick as it's possible. So now we have record from Damon Jones, who is manager of Programs Coordination Unit, and this presentation is about just transition.
Hello. Thanks very much for the opportunity of being with you at the 14th meeting of the Facilitative Working Group. My name is Damon Jones. I'm the Manager of Programs Coordination at the UNFCCC Secretariat. and also the lead on the UAE Just Transition work program. It's a privilege to be with you to be able to give you a brief update on activities during this year under the work program and also opportunities for engagement as we come up to COP30 in Belém starting next week. Before I get on to the engagement opportunities, just to recap the mandates and activities for the Just Transition work program. As you can see here on the slide, the work program was established in 2022 and further operationalised in 2023. And the principal activities that happen under it intersessionally and during the sessions are 2 dialogues each year and also a high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition, which happens at the COP each year. There have been 4 dialogues to date, and the third high-level ministerial will happen at COP30 on the 18th of November. The activities under the work program are under the guidance of the chairs of the subsidiary bodies and as a process of submissions and further engagement, informal consultations with heads of delegation and the SB chairs to select topics each year, and they inform the dialogues that happen and then the reporting that happens after it in terms of informal summaries and then an annual summary report each year. In terms of the 4 dialogues that have happened under the work program so far, you can see there on the slide there have been 4, 2 in 2024 and 2 this year. I'll focus on the ones this year and in particular in relation to some of the engagement that happened in the context of issues and priorities for Indigenous peoples and local communities and the opportunities for that to come through in the dialogues and really enrich the discussions on many levels. And so the third dialogue in May in Panama was focused on adaptation and climate resilience in the context of just transitions. And in this dialogue, there was opportunity for, there was a subtopic that was specifically around peoples and communities, and part of that was looking at traditional knowledge and Indigenous peoples' knowledge and local knowledge systems. And under that topic, as well as elsewhere through the dialogue, there was quite considerable engagement from the constituencies and also from parties in relation to those issues. I encourage everyone to look at the informal summary of the third dialogue, which there's a link to there on the slide, and that contains all the references that captures the discussion that happened at the dialogue. But just to pinpoint 2, in the informal summary, for example, it talks about how Krista highlighted the value of Indigenous worldviews, underscoring the focus on harmony, balance, and generational equity. And then, to take another example, in the context of legal and policy frameworks that are embedding social dialogue and protecting human rights in the context of adaptation and resilience, participants reflected on the importance of Indigenous people's rights in that context. There are many other examples, as I say, through the dialogue and reflected in the informal summary. So I encourage that as a resource. And also with the 4th dialogue in September, just energy transitions, transition pathways and holistic approaches to just issues. So now I wanted to talk briefly to the state of play in the negotiations. There's also been an opportunity for engagement with the here and the parties, but also non-party stakeholders and the constituencies. Very valuable in terms of the inputs
we don't have translation.
Through the negotiations. Sorry. And relation.
Can we pause the record? 1, 2, 3. Do you have translation? It's okay? 1, 2, 3. Есть перевод?
So now I wanted to talk briefly to the state of play in the negotiations, where there's also been an opportunity for engagement through the year, particularly at the bond session mid-year.
Interpreters said that.
And
interpreters said that the quality of the record is poor and they cannot translate at least at one language. Do you have Let's try it again.
So now I wanted to talk briefly to the state of play in the negotiations, where there's also been an opportunity for engagement through the year, particularly at the bond session mid-year, and inputs from obviously parties, but also non-party stakeholders in the constituencies, very valuable in terms of the inputs through the negotiations and related activities. At the session, there was good progress and momentum built after the disappointment in Baku at COP29, where there wasn't a substantive outcome. We left Bonn with with draft conclusions and an informal note produced under the authority of the co-chairs under the JTWP agenda items. That reflects a lot of elements that could potentially form part of a draft decision text. It's not yet agreed. There's disclaimers associated with it, and some areas that are where there are considerable divergences, as you can see there on the slide. But it does contain a lot of elements where there was considerable convergence on a number of them, but also some divergence as well around issues such as how you frame the energy sector references. There are issues around trade and how that's framed and the scope of that, different views on the future implementation of the work program, for example, integrating it within existing work streams and constituted bodies versus some form of new institutional arrangements being set up, to highlight just 3 examples of the areas of divergence that are still in play. And also for your information, some useful references in the context of Indigenous peoples and local communities. You can see there on the left-hand side of the screen a reference to it, along with a range of other interests and references alongside it. And then in the context of reflecting on the dialogues that have happened this year, also some references there to Indigenous peoples, local communities, and also intergenerational equity there. You can see on the right-hand side at the bottom. And so, as I say, this text isn't agreed, and there'll be some more work in Belém building up this text, reflecting on the dialogues that have happened this year, and the 3rd and 4th dialogue, as well as other aspects of the text that have been engaged on during the bond session and intersessionally since then, to hopefully arrive at a substantive decision as an outcome at the session, and certainly being prioritised by the incoming COP30 presidency as one of the agenda items that is being given particular focus for the importance of having a strong outcome in the package of decisions. I've just extracted there some of the areas of divergence that I mentioned. I won't go into those now. The other thing to emphasise with engagement during the COP beyond the negotiations is, as I said at the outset, the 3rd high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition, and that will be happening on the 18th of November in the 2nd week, on the Tuesday, and it's an opportunity for ministers and other high-level representatives, as well as non-party stakeholders, to engage in that discussion. It's a 4-hour session, and it will certainly be informing the discussions and the negotiations and vice versa, and is really an important and very well engaged and active session each year at the COP in terms of really bringing forward the just transition issues and agenda and different perspectives on different just transition pathways through that forum. And obviously alongside that, the negotiations, as I've mentioned, as being the two principal activities for the COP30 session. And just to reaffirm also the reports that are coming out, the informal summaries that I've mentioned, and that will be wrapped into an annual summary report. If you look on the Just Transition webpage link that I've provided there on the slide, that also provides a link to those reports. And as I say, encourage everyone to look at that. So with that, I thank you very much for the opportunity again. Wish you very well with the rest of your meeting and look forward to crossing paths with many of you when I'm arriving in Belém in about 24 hours. So look forward to that and all the very best. Thank you.
So here, thank you. If nobody objects, we will send our written gratitude to Mr. Jones for this record and explanation how Just Transition Work Program works. And now we will go to the next agenda item, which is, may I have the next slide, please? So we are now on the agenda item 6, incorporating diverse values, worldviews, and knowledge systems. And can remind that as noted under agenda item 5F of Baku Work Plan Collective Approach 6, the FWG convened an annual priority setting meetings in March 2025 and proposed the platform annual theme for 2025, which the body adopted in its 13th meetings in June 2025. So the platform annual theme for 2025 is ambitious and just climate action rooted in holistic stewardship. This theme includes following elements: ambitious, aligned with urgency and scale of climate crisis, with commitment to restoring balance; just, ensuring equity, rights, and resilience; holistic, embracing awareness, bringing climate, nature, culture, and well-being; stewardship-based, centering care, reciprocity, and responsibility across all scales. Over the past 3 days, these ideas have come up repeatedly, especially in discussion on GGA targets. Exploring them through diverse worldviews and lived experience can deepen our shared understanding and ensure our actions are grounded on diverse ways of knowing. What we invite from you is, in your context, what does this term mean? How do ambitious, just, holism, and stewardship show up in your work, experience, and way of life? This agenda item creates a participatory space with your active contributions. The FWG will reflect on how the 2025 theme has guided implementation of platform work, and identify concrete ways to identify and imply the annual theme or themes in the platform, not only in implementing the Baku Work Plan, but also in relevant work across the UNFCCC process through collaborations with bodies and work programs, as we have discussed under the collective approach 4 of the Baku Work Plan. Your insights here will also inform the discussion later this afternoon on possible platform annual theme for 2026 and beyond, including how themes are selected and applied. Here I invite members to share reflections. And as we have gone over the time, I invite for maybe a couple of reflections. Do we have volunteers?
Okay. I'm like, I talked a lot this morning, so I'm trying to see if there's someone else. I think it's the reason why I love the work that has been done by the previous cohort to come up with this view and to bring in the words ambitious and just climate action and holistic stewardship is because it gives us an opportunity as different representatives of indigenous peoples from across different regions to bring in what was shared from some of the small group feedback about the importance of recognizing that there's so much diversity even within our own regions, within our own homelands, within and between our different groups that are important for developing the effective solutions that need to be developed. And one of the challenges that we have as peoples trying to create effective climate action and to push forward the states to make stronger commitments and for negotiations to lead to more effective outcomes is that diversity is not really understood or respected and reflected when so much of the efforts try to make things simplified and focus on just one ecosystem. So to me, the ambitious part of it is already what indigenous peoples and maybe in many regions what local communities and local groups have already been trying to push for. Just means, you know, what taking into consideration all of the issues that have been named here, even just in the past couple of days, everything from the criminalization, the safety and needs of women and youth, the needs of our of all of our different diverse ecosystems and biomes to be honored and respected in these processes. And so this is really important. We want to hear from you all and from our facilitative working group members about like, what does that mean to you? Like how can we also bring in your perspectives and your wisdom and your insight from your different areas to inform the way that we look at this as well.
Janine, thank you very much for your insights. Victoria, the floor is yours.
So I think it was put forward in a way that is very intentional towards the discussions that we as Indigenous peoples and local communities can contribute to. When I think about the word ambition, ambitious and ambition, I feel like we are being asked and we are being empowered to envision what it is we can bring here and contribute together. And to me, this has been a really good learning process for me as well. And seeing everybody here and all of the contributions that are coming, that when we do meet together, we end up with a lot of great ideas that we might not have had in isolation. So that's the first piece that I feel like the annual theme is helping to empower us all to contribute. The second on just, it recalls to mind the importance this year of the UAE work program on just transition, which I think Indigenous peoples, at least in the context that I have been engaged in, have a lot to contribute to this discussion, and likely everyone in this room, of course, to just transition and to the work that is going to happen at this COP. The next on holistic, this reminds me of, like we had looked at the targets under the GGA. There is a need, of course, for these quantified indicators, but at the same time, we have to continue to impress upon people that there are many things that cannot be represented by numbers. And that is perhaps also the strength that we can bring as Indigenous peoples and local communities. And the last, in terms of stewardship-based, you know, we all have actually quite different livelihoods and cultural practices from all of our regions and all of our communities, but I do think that there are threads of commonality between all of this. When I hear from, for example, our brothers from the pastoralist communities, I also come from a place where we traditionally have had nomadism, and we are hunters, we are not agriculture people. We can't grow anything in our homelands because it is too cold. So there are pieces there that I think are very unifying, and I just, hearing all the contributions that we have made at Bonn and now here, I feel like we have really been working together to address some of those pieces, and I think that, or I hope that we will be able to continue to bring those threads together through the end of COP. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Janine. Do we have any other reflection? Yes, Slava, please.
I'll speak on Russian. Please take your headphone.
During all those days, we have been discussing, including in small groups, different issues as regards, for example, the UN documents and regional documents are adopted in a good way as regards climate actions. But as regards practice, we cannot see concrete actions when we go to actions on sites at local level. And here perhaps we can see that the main issue is that till now in many regions we don't have such reporting systems which could take into account visions of indigenous peoples within the process of climate actions. And even if this year theme is very pertinent, I can see the necessity to develop special procedures, protocols. We talked a lot about ethical protocols today, which would allow us to obtain this goal. And these objectives should be taken into account by regional authorities, taking into consideration indigenous people's knowledge, visions, and especially to use the free, prior, and informed consent principle as regards climate changes and while the implementation on site. So our topic, this year topic, is very important and means that we should implement very important tasks which should be implemented, especially at regional level. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Slava, for your consideration as regards our platform actions.
So now we have 2 minutes before the coffee break. Do we have reflection from the audience? No, I see no volunteers. Yes. The floor is yours. Please take into account that between coffee break and you stay only duration of your speech.
Okay,
But we are happy to hear from you.
Yeah, I will make it as short as possible. I want to say that this is my first time of attending an event like this. And we've been, as pastoralists, been having some questions about the output of the activities of the UN in particular, also that relates to climate. And we don't have a direct channel, to say, okay, this is our own concern. But now I feel we have that channel, and I thank the Brazilian presidency for facilitating this. For example, when we see the implementation of the definition of who is an indigenous person in West Africa is like saying, okay, if you are indigenous, then you have a piece of land that you own, and that is why you are defined as indigenous. And if you don't have that space that you can call your own, you are now defined as non-indigenous. And this one is not only in practice, but even is in part of some legislations. For example, in my country, there's the concept of indigenship inside the constitution. So it's, we pastoralists, we find us being excluded. You know, you don't have the opportunity to be here because you are not defined as indigent, you know, and the local communities are not recognized again at that level. So you find it difficult to present your voice or your own concern to a, you know, to the higher level, so that whatever cooperation opportunities you can get from the indigenous people to allow you to voice, you know, your own concerns. So I think it is a good thing for me and my own constituency that I'm able to say a little bit of how pastoralism or pastoralists are faring in West Africa. So I don't want to take too much time out of the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Al Hassam, thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks for drawing attention that platform is a channel, it's a bridge to the UNFCCC process. And as far as I remember, our African contact person is Rafik. So please feel free to grab and go those contact person who is, and Eshitu also, but Eshitu is online. So now we have everything very nice between you and your coffee break. And this is group picture. And we invite all people in this space to take the seat in this area. Let's go. Remember, come on and stay on the space. I remember that someone dreamed on sitting there. Let's go. Janine, I want you in my neighborhood. Let's go. Here we have a perfect space.
Hello. Yes. Hello, hello.
Yes.
Please, everybody
Do
go
we
in the
have
video.
enough light here?
Yes, we have enough
Let's go.
light.
My dear Janine, I'm waiting
Por
for
favor,
you.
todos al centro. Por favor, todos al medio. Please, everybody go to the center.
Yes, yes. Sit down, please.
Let's stand.
We dreamed on sitting here. I will sit. Yes, my dear Janine.
Tá.
Lena,
Mas essa tá bom.
take the seat.
Ou então essa logo,
Rafik.
maior no meio, ela grandona, tem? Tá difícil? Só no Google Maps não dá, né?
Victoria,
I will take
Victoria, we
this,
have
and then I
space
pass
here.
The tin to distribute.
I guess that we should sit like, and looks like the month of the person with healthy teeth. So without any empty spaces.
Amoras?
And those who are
A primeira
here,
fila dá
they put-
também? A primeira fila dá para chegar a luz neles? Não, né? Please, the first line.
Is the light able to reach the first row as well? It's okay, I'll make it work.
Ela sai? Acho que ela está toda conectada, não vale a pena não. All right? Everybody happy? Say, Belém do Pará.
Belém do Pará.
Tacacá. Açaí. FWG. One more time, one more time.
Yes.
Speak about agreement.
Speak about women?
Agreement for the regional meeting.
Oh, yes, yes, I'll come to you, yes.
My colleague is coming.
Okay, I'll be there. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
obrigado, yeah. If I may not take too much of your time.
bus from the boat to the COP, and another bus from the COP to here. So that's why I went to the COP to register. Robert is there for his badge also. He will be here. Robert. He's going to the COP venue. He's there.
My dears, we will start in few minutes.
Run. Kind of a twilight. So Australia in the Pacific. Shall we? Resume the meeting? You, because of your height, maybe you have a better vocal cord. Why don't you call? Come back now. Let's see. Check choice. Yeah. Okay, go. Thanks, Coach. I see your typing. Hopefully that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Slava, could you please take your seat? Slava, ты можешь сесть, чтобы мы понимали, сколько у нас людей из
Slava, please
рабочей
take
группы?
your seat so that we understand how many people from the FWG we have now.
I will call. I was said that we have quorum to start our meeting. Please use the local Wi-Fi to write your colleagues that we should resume the meeting. Ludmila, don't leave us. Okay, we will go now to the agenda item 5F, which is collective approach 6.1. It means that we will think about the overall strategic planning and also potential theme for 2026. If you want something that should be taken into account in our work, please be active. So here for the overview, I invite the Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Hello, everyone. So, collective approach 6, one of the focus of this is the Baku work plan. The 6 collective approach in some ways work together. And this one is that the 6.1, the FWG convenes an annual priority setting, at which point it identifies a theme or themes. And in 2025, the theme that you've just heard and discussed, the thematic elements, that was identified at the 2025 priority setting meeting that took place in March. So this, what will follow, the small group discussion, is a participatory process where you have an opportunity to suggest what theme or themes that you think might be most relevant, especially taking into account your respective work, how that may link to the theme or themes that the FWG will consider and identify next year. So that's one thing to note, because as you see on the screen, the desired outcome for this is to, with that theme, to strengthen the impact and the effectiveness of the collective approaches under the work plan, as well as not only the individual collective approaches, but also collectively the 6 collective approaches. So that's something to note. And in this, that will be the focus of the small group discussions, but also to note another deliverable under this one is the outreach and the dissemination plan. So all the different knowledge product reports, meeting information being shared, if there are additional ways that you think would be helpful to make those widely accessible, then this is also an opportunity for you to use the informal collaborative reflection space, the resource hub, to share those ideas. And for this activity, the collective approach, I should say, the co-leads are the co-chairs. So with that, I hand the mic back to the co-leads and co-chairs.
Thank you very much. Do you want to reflect? Okay, let's go to the next slide. So now we will go to the small group discussions, and here again we have organized space, and we have facilitators. May I have the next slide, please? So here you can see the QR code with templates, with questions. We encourage you to use your gadgets to be as sustainable as we can. And I guess that you already know that we have 3 groups behind the stage. We have space for Russian-speaking groups in the first floor on the left side. We have also space for French group, for Spanish and Portuguese. And also we welcome if you want to self-organize. All templates should be filled in and sent back to the LCIPP UNFCCC. So, and our plan is to go to the small group discussions. And I kindly ask to come back FWG member at 5 for the internal coordination meeting. Before, let's discuss in small groups 2 important questions. So first one is, what theme or themes do you recommend for the LCIPP's 2026 annual theme or themes aligned with key timelines and milestones in your context? The second question is, how would your proposed theme or themes the impact and effectiveness of the Baku work plan's collective approaches? In addition to the small group discussions, please add your ideas to the pin boards at the informal collaborative reflection space. I also remind you that we have community board which is online. Please share your stories, your cases, your information about projects, both in the space outside and in virtual on the community board. So now, I guess you already know who your facilitators and yes, of course.
I just wanted to see, are the local communities, are you going to have your own group again for this discussion? Yeah? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now, take your facilitator. So English it's Victoria, Berin, Kitisak, Robert, Janine, Benjamin. Russian facilitators Slava, me, French Rafik, Spanish Ricardo, and Portuguese facilitator is Isabella Sales, and Sales. And of course, if you want to self-organize, please feel free to use this opportunity. And can I kindly ask the Secretariat to add the row if we have more than it's languages. We don't know which language. Our report back will be tomorrow. Elected rapporteurs for this round of small group discussions have an advantage because he or she has the whole night to prepare a report and make the brilliant report back tomorrow morning.
speak English.
Yeah, yeah.
C'est même